and he communed with them. Something, he felt sure, they interchanged, something passed between them. Their mystical fellowship had its ritual, as have all religions. The place was sacred, and he did off, not only his shoes, but all his raiment, giving back himself to naked Mother Nature, naked as he was born of her. In the solitude, among the bare-limbed gracious trees and the clear flowing water, he enjoyed many a sun-bath, and on hot summer days, in his bird-haunted nook, many a bathing in the spring, many a wrestle, too, with strong young hickory sapling or beech bough, conscious, as they wrestled together, of new life flowing into his veins. 569 Whatever ignorance of names his Washington acquaintance may have discovered. 570 His diary at this time is full of nature lore. It enumerates some 40 kinds of birds, and he was evidently familiar with nearly as many sorts of trees and shrubs, while differentiating accurately enough between the sundry trilling insects, locusts, grasshoppers, crickets, and katydids which populate the district, vibrant by day and night. Doubtless he had learnt much from the companionship of John Burroughs, but he was himself an accurate observer. The story of his visits to Timber Creek and its vicinity from 1876 to 1882 is told in Specimen Days, with much else beside a book to carry with one on any holiday, or to make a holiday in the midst of city work. It is, for the rest, an admirable illustration of the saying of the philosopher Emperor, that virtue is a living and enthusiastic sympathy with nature. 571 3 years of gradual convalescence were divided not only between the Staffords' farm and the house on Stevens Street, but also with the homes of other friends whose love now began to enrich his life. 572 Of 3 of the most notable among his new comrades we must speak in passing. In the autumn of 1876 Anne Gilchrist took a house in Philadelphia, while in the following summer Dr. Buck and Mr. Edward Carpenter came to Camden on pilgrimage. Whitman often said in his later years that his best friends had been women, and that of his women friends Mrs. Gilchrist was the nearest. She was an Essex girl of good family, 9 years younger than Whitman. 573 At school she had loved Emerson, Rousseau, Comte, and Ruskin, and a little later she added to them the writings of Carlyle, Guyot, and Herbert Spencer. Music and science, with the philosophical suggestions which spring from the discoveries of science, were her chief interests. At 23 she married Alexander Gilchrist, an art critic and interpreter. It was a wholly happy marriage, and became the mother of 4 children, and, beside being deeply interested in her husband's work, contrived to contribute scientific articles to the magazines. While compiling his well-known Life of Blake, Mr. Gilchrist fell a victim to scarlet fever. His widow, with her 4 young children and the uncompleted book, removed to a cottage in the country, and there, with the encouragement and help of the Rossetti brothers, she finished her husband's task. Her life was now, as she said, uphill all the way, but the book helped her. And her close study of Blake, added to her scientific interests and her love of music, formed the finest possible introduction to her subsequent reading of Whitman. Her task was concluded in 1863, it had tied her over the first 2 years of her bereavement, but her letters of sympathy to Dante Rossetti, heartbroken at the loss of his young wife, discover her gnawing sorrow yet undulled by time. Like Whitman, she had the capacity for great suffering. And like Whitman, too, she was helped in her sorrow by the companionship of nature. And, again, she was a good comrade. Unlike her grandmother, who was one of Romney's beauties, Anne Gilchrist was not a handsome woman, but her personality was both vivid and profound, and increasingly attractive as the years passed. She was so serious and eager in temperament that, even in London, she lived in comparative retirement. The letters which she exchanged with the Rossettis during a long period are evidence both of her common sense and her capacity for passionate sympathy. They are often as frank as they are noble, revealing a nature too profound to be continually considerate of criticism. This gives to some of her utterances a half-naive and wholly charming quality, which cannot have been absent from her personality, and must have endeared her to the comrades whom she honored with her confidence. This high seriousness of hers made her the readier to appreciate a poet who, almost alone among Americans, has bared his man's heart to his readers, careless of the cheap ridicule of those smart-wit cynics whom modern education and modern morality have multiplied till they are almost as numerous as the sands of the sea. She was a little more than 40 when she first read Leaves of Grass and wrote those letters to W. M. Rossetti in which she attested her appreciation of their purpose and power. 574 It was no light thing for a woman to publish such a declaration of faith, and in her own phrase 575 she felt herself a second Lady Godiva, going in the daylight down the public way, naked, not in body but in soul, for the good cause. She was convinced that her ride was necessary, for men would remain blind to the glory of Whitman's message until a woman dared the shame and held its glory up to them. And what she did less for men than for their wives and mothers, upon whom the shadow of their shame in themselves had fallen. Mr. Rossetti has described 576 her as a woman of good port, in fullest possession of herself, never fidgety, and never taken unawares, warm-hearted and courageous, with full, dark, liquid eyes, which were at the same time alive with humor and vivacity, quick to detect every kind of humbug, but wholly free from cynicism. Her face was not only expressive of her character, but full charged with some message which her lips seemed ever about to utter. Her considerable intellectual force was in happy harmony with her domestic qualities, and filled her home life with interest. Such was the woman who, in November, 1876, at the age of 48, brought her family to Philadelphia, in order that one of the daughters might study medicine at Girard College, and in whose home, near the college grounds, Whitman henceforward, for 2 or 3 years 577 spent a considerable part of his time. The relationship of these two noble souls seems to have been comparable with that which united Michelangelo and Vittoria Colonna, and they were at a similar time of life. This, the centennial year, was filled with thoughts and celebrations of American independence, among which we may recall the exposition in Philadelphia where throughout the summer, Whitman had been a frequent visitor and the centennial edition of his works. He had also celebrated the occasion by sitting for his bust to a young sculptor, in an improvised studio on Chestnut Street. The weather was too hot for a coat, and in his white shirt sleeves he would, at the artist's request, read his poems aloud with naive delight, which rose to a climax when the sound of applause from a group of young fellows on the stairs without, crowned his efforts. "So you like it, do you?" he cried to them. "Well, I rather enjoyed that myself." 578 The old sad and solitary inertia was broken. Ill though he often was, the lonely little upper room held him no longer, nor was he any more shut up within the sense of bereavement. Jeff had come over from St. Louis, and his 2 daughters spent the autumn with their aunt and uncles in Stevens Street. All through the winter Walt was moving back and forward between George's house, the Stafford's farm, and Mrs. Gilchrist's. He was cheerfully busy with the orders for his pair of handsome books, which were selling briskly at £1 a volume. Leaves of Grass had been reprinted from the plates of the 5th edition. Its companion, Two Rivulets, was a melange compounded of additional poems, including Passage to India, and the prose writings of which we have already spoken, printed at various times during the last 5 years. Specimen Days was not among them, and did not appear till 1882. The title Two Rivulets suggests the double thread of its theme, the destiny of the nation and of the individual, American politics and that mystery of immortal life which we call death. They were not far asunder in Whitman's thought. 579 At the end of February, Mr. Burroughs met Walt at Mrs. Gilchrist's, and thence they set out together for New York. Here, Whitman stayed with his new and dear friends, Mr. and Mrs. J. H. Johnston 580 and presented himself in his own becoming garb at the grand full-dress receptions which were held in his honor, the applause which greeted him, and the atmosphere of real affection by which he was surrounded, compensating him for the always distasteful attentions of a lionizing public, eager for any sensation. He renewed also, and with perhaps more unmitigated satisfaction, his acquaintance with the men on the East River ferries, and the Broadway stages, and, finally, he ascended the Hudson to stay a while with John Burroughs. This pleasant holiday jaunt was not without its tragic element, his friend, Mrs. Johnston, dying suddenly on his last evening in New York. It was in May that Mr. Edward Carpenter visited him in Camden. After a brilliant Cambridge career, he was now a pioneer university extension lecturer in natural sciences. But besides, or rather beyond this, a poet, in whom the sense of fellowship and unity was already becoming dominant. Edward Carpenter at 43. In a note to his just published preface, Whitman had spoken of the terrible, irrepressible yearning 581 for sympathy which underlay his work, and by which he claimed the personal affection of such readers as he could truly call his own. This also was the aim which underlay Mr. Carpenter's first book of verses, Narcissus and Other Poems, published in 1873. 582 Their author was already familiar with Leaves of Grass, which he had first read at about the age of 25, and which he had since been absorbing, much as he absorbed the sonatas of Beethoven. They fed within him the life of something which was still but dimly conscious, something dumb, blind, and irrational, but of titanic power to disturb the even tenor of an academic life. One remarks that both Mrs. Gilchrist and he shared to the full the modern feeling for science and its philosophy, and for music. When he visited Whitman, Edward Carpenter was 33. It was not till 4 years after this that he gave himself up to the writing of his own Leaves, coming into his spiritual kingdom a little later in life than did Walt. In many respects his nature, and consequently his work, which is the outcome and true expression of his personality, was in striking contrast with that of his great old friend. Lithe and slender in figure, he was subtle also and fine in the whole temper of his mind, sharing with Addington Symonds that tendency to overfineness, that touch of morbid subtlety which demands for its balance a very sweet and strenuous soul, such indeed, as is revealed in the pages of Towards Democracy. He found Whitman's mind clear and unclouded after the suffering of the last 4 years, his perception keen as ever. 583 Courteous, and possessed of great personal charm, he was yet elemental and Adamic in character. He impressed his visitor with a threefold personality: first, the magnetic, effluent, radiant spirit of the man going out to greet and embrace all; then, the spacious breadth of his soul, and the remoteness of those further portions in which his consciousness seemed often to be dwelling; and afterwards, the terrible majesty, as of judgment unveiled in him, a Jove-like presence full of thunder. This last element in his nature was naked, ominous, immovable as a granite rock. When once you perceived it, there was, as Miss Gilchrist has remarked 584, no shelter from the terrible blaze of his personality. But this rocky masculine ego was wedded in him with a gentle, almost motherly affection, which found expression in certain caressing tones of his widely modulated voice. While, to complete alike the masculine and feminine, was the child the attitude of reverent wonder toward the world. By turns then, a wistful child, a charming loving woman, an untamed terrible truth-compelling man, Whitman seems to have both bewitched and baffled his young English visitor. Mr. Carpenter saw him at Stevens Street and Timber Creek, and again under Mrs. Gilchrist's hospitable roof. They sat out together in the pleasant Philadelphia fashion through the warm June evenings upon the porch steps, and Walt would talk in his deliberate way of Japan and China, or of the Eastern literatures. He liked to join hands while he talked, communicating more, perhaps, of himself, and understanding his companion better, by touch than by words. His mere presence was sufficient to redeem the commonplace. His visitor had also an opportunity of noting the efficiency of Whitman's defenses against the globe-trotting interview-hunting type of American woman. His silence became aggressive, and her words rebounded from it. He had disappeared into his rock-faced solitude where nothing could reach him. And a very few moments of this treatment sufficed, even for the brazen-armored Amazon. During Mr. Carpenter's visit, Mrs. George Whitman, whom Dr. Buck has described as an attractive, sweet woman, was out of health, and her brother-in-law made a daily excursion downtown and across the ferry to see her, and to transact his own affairs. In the heat of the following July she first opened the door to Dr. Buck 585. He, too, had long been a student of Leaves of Grass, a student at first against his own judgment, and with little result beyond an annoying bewilderment to his sense of fitness, and of exasperation to his intelligence. But from the first, he felt a singular interior compulsion to read the book, which he could not at all understand. Its lack of all definite statement was the head and front of its offending to a keen scientific mind. But now after many years, he had come to recognize the extraordinary power of suggestion which was embodied in every page. Dr. R. Maurice Buck's personality was strongly marked and striking. He had as much determination as had Whitman himself, and his whole face is full of resolute purpose. Born in Norfolk, in 1837, but immediately transplanted to Canada, he was thoroughly educated by his father, who was a man of considerable scholarship and a minister in the Church of England. In 1857, he crowned an adventurous youth passed in the mining regions of the western states, by a daring winter expedition over the Sierras, in which he was so badly frozen that he afterwards lost both feet, but his tall and vigorous figure showed hardly a trace of this misfortune. Returning to Canada, he studied medicine, and eventually, in 1877, became the head of a large insane asylum at London, Ontario. Here he introduced several notable reforms in the treatment of the patients, which were widely imitated throughout America. He was a keen student of mental pathology, and for some time before his death was reckoned among the leading alienists of the continent. Certain interesting and suggestive studies of the relation which appears to exist between the so-called sympathetic nervous system and the moral and emotional nature, but especially his magnum opus, Cosmic Consciousness, published the year before his death, 1901, reveal the direction of his dominant interest. From 1877, he was one of Whitman's closest friends, and became subsequently his principal biographer. 586 in the printed recollections of his first interview with Whitman. 587 Dr. Buck recalls the exaltation of his mind produced by it, describing it as a sort of spiritual intoxication, which remained with him for months, transfiguring his new friend into more than mortal stature. It is another instance of the almost incredible power of the invalid's personality. Richard Maurice Buck Whitman's own jottings and records of the period testify to his increasing physical vigor. He goes, for instance, to the Walnut Street Theatre, to a performance of Joaquin Miller's The Danites, accompanied by his friend the author. 588 in the summer of 1878, and in the succeeding year, he is again a guest both of John Burroughs and of J. H. Johnston. 589 On the second occasion, he had delivered his lecture on the death of Lincoln in the Steck Hall, New York, promising himself anew, that if health permitted, he would even now set forth on the lecture tour which he had so long contemplated. 590 But though, in the autumn, he made, with several friends, an extended tour of some 16 weeks beyond the Mississippi, he did not accomplish this cherished scheme. At night on the 10th of September, Whitman and his party left Philadelphia, westward bound. Walt delighted in the magic speed and comfort of the Pullman 591, in which, lying awake among the sleepers, he was whirled all through the first night up the broad pastoral valley of the Susquehanna, curving with its 1,000 radiates about thick-wooded steeps, and on, over ridge and ridge of the Alleghanies, till morning found them at smoking Pittsburgh. Crossing the Ohio, almost at the point whence he had descended it 30 years before on that fateful southern journey, the good engine, the Baldwin, hurried them all that day through rich and populous Ohio and Indiana. Whitman was not disinclined to acknowledge a personality in the fierce and beautiful locomotive which he had already celebrated in a poem full of fire and of the modern spirit. 592 They were due next morning at St. Louis, but about nightfall their headlong flight through the broad lands was arrested. The Baldwin ran foul of some obstacle, and suffered serious damage and consequent delay. Spending the third night in the city, they continued through a beautiful autumn day, across the rolling prairies of Missouri, feasting their eyes upon the wide farmlands full of the promise of bread for millions of men. Nor material bread only. There is something in the vast aerial spaces of these prairie states, their great skies and lonely stretches, which exalts and feeds the soul, something oceanic, Whitman thought, and beautiful as dreams. 593 Central in the continent, this country had always seemed to him to correspond with certain central qualities in his ideal America, and to supply the background for the two men whose figures stood out supremely above the struggle for the Union, Lincoln and Grant, men of unplumbed and inarticulate depths of character, and of native freedom of spirit and elemental originality of thought. Whitman stayed for a while with friends upon the road, at Lawrence and Topeka. Many of the boys he had tended in the wards were now hale men out west, and they were always eager for sight of him, so that there were few places in America where he would not have found a hearty welcome. He proceeded along the yellow Kansas River, through the Golden Belt, and over the Colorado tablelands, bare and vast as some immense Salisbury plain, to Denver. In that young city he spent several days, dreaming his great dreams of a western town that should be full of friends and strong for and against the whole world, breathing her fine air, sparkling as champagne and clear as cold spring water, falling in love with her people and her horses, and the little mountain streams which ran along the channel ways of her broad streets. Thence, he made short trips into the Rockies, where the railroad winds among fantastic yellow buttes with steep sloping screes, and towering battlements, and the trains swing eagerly round 1,000 curves to follow the bronze and amber Pathfinder, brawling in its sinuous ravine between the pinnacled, red, cloud-topped crags which it has carved and sundered. Every break in the walls disclosed Olympian companies of August peaks against the high blue. Gradually the way would climb to the summit, its straightness widening, here and there, into sedge mountain meadows closed about by keen-cut granite heights, the perfect record of laborious ages, and as the day advanced, the broad and restful light broadened and grew more serene as it shone afar on chains of snowy peaks. Here in this tremendous mountain fellowship, with its shapes at once fantastic and sublime, its solemn joy and wild imagination, its infinite complex of form and color suggesting vast emotions to the soul, Walt breathed his proper air and recognized the landscape of his deepest life. I have found the law of my own poems, he kept saying to himself with increasing conviction, hour after hour. 594 Like the lonely mountain eagle which he watched wheeling leisurely among the peaks, he was at home in this sternly beautiful, untamed, unmeasured land. Towards the end of September, he turned east again from the mining town of Pueblo, leaving the far west unseen. 595 Utah with its Canaanitish glories of intense lake and naked, ruddy, wrinkled mountains, the great gray desert of Nevada, and the forest-clad Sierras looking out across their Californian garden towards the Pacific. Stopping here and there with his former friends, he found his way to Jefferson Whitman's home in St. Louis, and there remained over the year's end. This cosmopolitan western city, 596, planted in the center of that vast valley which the Mississippi drains and waters, and at the heart of the American continent, was intensely interesting to Whitman. He had an almost superstitious love for the Father of Waters, and many a moonlit autumn night he haunted its banks, its wharves, and bridges, fascinated by the sound of the moving water as the river flowed through the luminous silence under the eternal stars. Physically, St. Louis did not suit him, he was ill there for weeks together, but even so, he was happy in his own simple, human way. He went twice a week to the kindergartens, and there, for an hour together, he entertained the younger pupils with his funny children's tales. 597. After the first moments of strangeness, and alarm at his size and the whiteness of his hair, nearly all the children quickly came to love old Kris Kringle, or Father Christmas as they would call him. 598. And for his part, he was as happy among little children as a young mother. Early in January, 1880, he returned home. All his delight in the West, gathered on his first journey up the Mississippi 30 years before, and since accumulating from many sources, notably from the young Western soldiers he had nursed, had been confirmed by this visit. In only one thing was he disappointed. The men had seemed, to his searching gaze, fit sons of that new land of possibility, but in the women he had failed to find the qualifications he was seeking. 599. Physically and mentally, he saw them still in bondage to old world traditions. Instead of originating nobler and more generous manners, they were imitating the foolish gentility of the East. Whitman was very exacting in his ideal of womanhood, and perhaps it was mainly upon the ladies of the shops and streets that his strictures were passed, for there are others in that Western world, who are not far from her, whom he has described in the Song of the Broad Axe: the best beloved, possessed of herself, who is strong in her beauty as are the laws of nature. 600. After 6 months at home among his books and his friends, to whom at this time he added, at least by correspondence, Colonel Robert Ingersoll, afterwards a member of the inner circle, Whitman set out upon another journey, in length almost equal to that of the preceding autumn. Early in June 601 he crossed the bridge over Niagara on his way to London, Ontario, and now at his second sight, the significance of that majestic scene, which 30 years before he would seem to have missed, was discovered to him. Staying with Dr. Buck, he made frequent visits to the great asylum, with its 1,000 patients, under the wise doctor's care. Walt's own family life, with the tragedy of his youngest brother's incapacity, had made the melancholy brotherhood of those whom he has beautifully described as the sacred idiots. 602 especially interesting to him. He attended the religious services held in the asylum, joining with those wrecked minds in a common worship, and seeing the storms of their lives strangely quieted, as though a divine love, brooding over all, had hushed them. 603 With many of the patients he became personally acquainted, and years afterwards recalled them by name, inquiring affectionately after their welfare. Whitman was in better health than usual, and in excellent spirits. He loved the doctor, was happy and at home in his household, and on the best of terms with its younger members. Among the latter, his presence never checked the natural flow of high spirits, as does the presence of most grown-up persons. He was always one of themselves. This, indeed, was a characteristic of Whitman in whatever company he was found, from a kindergarten to a company of publicans and sinners. The spirit of comradeship identified him with the others, and he was so profoundly himself that such identification took nothing away from his own identity. Among the young people of Dr. Buck's household his fun and humor had free and natural expression, as when, for example, one moonlit evening, he undertook the burial of an empty wine bottle, addressing a magniloquent oration over its last resting place to the goddess Semele. He loved to linger at the table, telling stories after tea, and to recite or read aloud, when the family sat together in the dusk on the veranda, and sometimes, too, he would take his turn in singing some well-known song. For reading aloud, he would often choose some poem of Tennyson's. Ulysses seems to have been his favorite. At this time also, in a secluded nook in the grounds, he read leisurely over to himself, with the satisfaction which Tennyson's work nearly always gave him, the newly published De Profundis 604. His diary of these pleasant, refreshing weeks contains many notes of the thick-starred heavens and the merry birds, and the multitudinous swallows, which would recall to his well-stored mind the story of Athene and Ulysses' return. 605. His vital force seemed to be almost unimpaired. The noble calm of his presence, indeed, made him appear even older than he was. His fine hair was snowy white, and the high domed crown which rose through it and grew higher and nobler with every year, gave him all claims to reverence. 606. But, though at first sight he seemed to be nearer 80 than 60 years old, and though he was lame from paralysis, a second glance showed him erect and without a line of care or of senility upon his face. His complexion was rosy as a winter pippin, and his cheeks were full and smooth, for his heart was always young. His host wished to show him Canada, in which country he was the more deeply interested through his settled conviction that it would presently become a part of the United States. The St. Lawrence and the lakes, he always said, cannot remain a frontier line, they are and should be recognized as a magnificent inland waterway, comparable with the Mississippi. Towards the end of July 607 he set out upon this great road with his friend. Taking boat at Toronto, they descended by easy stages, stopping a night or two at Kingston, Montreal, and Quebec, Whitman thoroughly enjoying all the new scenes and making friends everywhere on the way. He sat on the foredeck in the August sunshine, wrapped in his grey overcoat, wondering at the grim pagan wildness of the lower St. Lawrence, nightly watching the northern lights, and appearing on deck before sunrise. Whitman at 61, July, 1880. As they turned up the deep dark Saguenay and reached the mountain pillars of Eternity and Trinity, the mystery of northern river and height, with all they hold of stillness and of storm, communed with him. He saw infinite power wedded with an ageless peace, and all, however awful in its sublimity, yet far from inhospitable to an heroic race of men, nay, by its very awfulness, inviting and proclaiming the men who shall dare to dwell therein. With the people of Canada, as a whole, he was well pleased. He liked their benevolent care for the weak and infirm in body and mind, and thought them in every respect worthy of the destiny which he believed that he foresaw, the destiny of citizenship in the Republic. Footnotes: 557 Comp. Pros. 150. 558 The incidents may not all belong to this visit. 559 Buck, 213. 560 W.W. Autobiographia, 205 and 561 Comp. Pros. 311, 312, Donaldson, 29-31. 562 Comp. Pros. 519. 563 Buck, 215, 216, etc. 564 Cf. Comp. Pros. 75. 565 Manuscripts Wallace. 566 Comp. Pros. 75. 567 Manuscripts Wallace. 568 Comp. Pros. 96-98. 569 Comp. Pros. 91, 92, 98. 570 IB, 84, 94, 116, cf. Supra, 230. 571 IB, 193. 572 Manuscripts Diary, Calamus, 170. 573 and Gilchrist, by HHG 574 C. Supra, 225-7. 575 Gilchrist, 190. 576 IB, Preface. 577 Manuscripts Diary. 578 in Re, 370. 579 Comp Prose, 270. 580 Buck, 216, 217. 581 Comp Prose, 277 and 582 Tom Swan's Edward Carpenter, 1902, an article by E.C. in Labor Prophet, May, 1894. 583 Carpenter, A. 584 G. Gilchrist, OPCIT, C.F. Carpenter, B. 585 Calamus, 10 and 586 Ms. of Drive E.P. Buck, and W.W.S. Diary in Canada, v. 587 Buck, 50, Wit. Fellowship, Memories of W.W., by R.M.B. 588 Manuscripts Diary. 589 Comp Prose, 106, 122. 590 IB, 506. 591 Comp Prose, 132, 149. 592 L of G, 358. 593 Comp Prose, 134. 594 Comp Prose, 136. 595 IB, 140. 596 Calamus, 170-72. 597 Buck, 63. 598 Manuscripts Berenson, A. 599 Comp Prose, 146. 600 L of G, 157. 601 Comp Prose, 153-58, and Wit. Fellowship Memo. Of W.W., Buck, 48. 602 L of G, 325. 603 Comp Prose, 154. 604 Diary in Canada, 10, 11. 605 Comp Prose, 132. 606 Buck, 49. 607 Diary in Canada, 41. Chapter 17 The second Boston edition. After a winter in Camden, Philadelphia, and the country, among friends old and new, Whitman paid his second visit to Boston. The House-Tide stationary years of 1873 to 1876 had been succeeded by a period of considerable activity, both mental and physical. On the 14th of April, he gave his lecture on the death of Abraham Lincoln, at the Hawthorne Room 608. It was the third year of its delivery. On the two previous occasions it had been read in New York and Philadelphia, and he purposed thus annually to commemorate an event which appeared to him as perhaps the most significant of his time, an event which the American people could ill afford to forget. In Whitman's view, as we have noted, the assassination of the great president had sealed the million deaths of the war, and cemented, as could nothing else, the Union for whose sake they had been given. He believed that future ages would see in it the most dramatic moment of the victorious struggle of the nation against slavery. Rarely hereafter, in spite of increasing feebleness, did he miss the occasion as the season came round, though it was often with difficulty that even a small audience could be gathered for the anniversary. Among the friends and notables whom he met in Boston was Longfellow, who had already called on him in Camden, and Whitman was warm in eulogies of the old poet's courteous manner and personality. 609 Something of the burden of his first prophetic message had lifted from Walt's shoulders, and with it some of his wrath against the popular poets of America. He had consequently become better able to express his sense of the real value of work like theirs when its secondary place was recognized. There were others in Boston whom he also now discovered for the first time, notably the women of middle and later life, among whom he rejoiced to find some of those large, vigorous personalities whose absence he had lamented in the West. In earlier days he had been alienated by the academic and Puritan qualities which still gave its principal color, especially when seen from New York, to intellectual Boston. But both Boston and Whitman had changed alike with the war and with the advance of time. The provincialism of the former had given place to broader views, and the nobler identification of New England with the whole interests of the nation, while the latter was now able more generously to estimate even New England's shortcomings, and to recognize among its people that ardor and yearning for the ideal which had always been theirs, but warmed now and humanized, as he thought, by a new joyousness and breadth of tolerance. 610 He felt a sunshine in the streets, which radiated from the men and women who traversed them. This effusive ardor of public spirit set him thinking of Athens in her golden days, and for the first time he, who had so much of the Greek in his nature, felt himself at home in Boston. The visit was also memorable to him because it introduced him to the works of Millet, and, one may add, to the emotional significance of painting as an art. 611 As I have before noted, New York only became a center of art collections in comparatively recent years, and it was probably not till Whitman had sat for 2 hours before some of the Breton artist's finest studies in the house of a Bostonian, that he recognized painting as the true sister of music and of poetry. It was fitting that this revelation should have come to the poet of democracy from such canvases as that of the first sower and the watering the cow. Surcharged as they are with a primitive emotion new to modern art, the works of Millet reveal the inner nature of that great Republican peasant people whom Whitman always loved. Much of the early summer, after his return, was spent at Glendale, whither the family from Whitehorse had now removed, Mr. Stafford having taken the store on the crossroads, some 3 or 4 miles from his old home. Directly opposite to it there stands a Methodist chapel, and often on a Sunday morning the young people would laugh as they heard Walt, in the room above, angrily banging down his window sash at the first clanging of the bell. But behind the chapel is a dense wood, and here he spent many a long, happy day. The heat of July was, as usual, very trying to him, and at the end of the month he accompanied Dr. Buck on a visit to his old breezy haunts in Long Island. The farm at West Hills had passed out of the family. Iredell Whitman, the last of Walt's uncles to hold it, seems to have sold out about 1835. In the little burying ground there is a stone erected to his daughter Mahala, who died 8 years later. 612 While in Boston he seems to have received propositions from the firm of Osgood and Company for the publication of a definitive edition of the Leaves, and about the beginning of September, after completing his manuscript at the home of his friends, Mr. and, the second, Mrs. Johnston, at Mott Haven, New York. 613 He settled down in the New England capital to read proofs and to enjoy himself. He stayed at the Bullfinch, close to Bowdoin Square, and frequented the waterside. 614 Often he would take the cars which run through South Boston to City Point, whose pebbly, crescent beach is lapped forever by the Atlantic ripple. and to this place the lover of Whitman may well follow, for it holds memories of him. On a summer's evening, after dark, thousands of young Bostonians gather under the lamps, laughing and talking and listening to the band, but, beyond the zone of lights and mirth and music, one finds oneself at once in a mystical solitude. A long bridge or pier stretches out into the bay, terminating in Castle Island and grim Fort Independence, and wandering out along it, surrounded in every direction by distant lights, the illuminated dome of the State House rising afar in the west, and lights moving to and fro mysteriously upon the water, you feel the night wind blowing cool across the black gulf of sea as it carries to you distant sounds of merry-making. Very far away they seem, thus encircled in mysterious spaces which are peopled by sea voices and the stars. The light surf makes upon the shore its constant and delicious murmur, death, 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 death. 615 And the lights and the noises of life, with all its passing show, are mysteriously related in that murmur to the sane, star-lighted silence of eternity. Whitman walked daily on the common, watching the friendly gray squirrels, and becoming acquainted with each one in turn of the American elms under which he Saturday 616 Timber Creek had deepened his knowledge of the life of trees and little creatures since last he walked here with Emerson. Emerson, too, he saw once again. Mr. Sanborn, the friend at whose trial he had been present on that former visit 617, took him out through the suburbs and the wooded country to Concord. It was Indian summer weather, and the meadows, that late Saturday afternoon, were busy and odorous with haymaking. All things spoke of peace. Emerson came over for the evening to Mr. Sanborn's house, and the two old friends sat silent in the midst of the talk. Bronson Alcott, who had brought Thoreau to Brooklyn and had once compared Whitman with Plato 618, was of the company of illustrious and charming neighbors. The others talked, but Emerson leaned back in his chair under the light, a good color in his old face, and the familiar keenness, and nearby sat Walt, satisfied to watch him without words. On Sunday the Sanborns and he went over to dinner. His place was by Mrs. Emerson, who entertained him with talk of Thoreau, but though he listened with interest, most of his attention belonged to his beloved host. More than ever, if that were possible, did Whitman lovingly recognize the character of his friend. He had not always been just to Emerson 619, nor had Emerson always maintained his first generosity 620. Each had said of the other words one cannot but regret, but deeper than such words of partial criticism was the comrade love which united them. In a letter, written immediately after this visit to his friend Alma Calder, who had recently become the second Mrs. J. H. Johnston, Whitman wrote, "I think Emerson more significant and glorified in his present condition than in any of his former days." 621 The whole family was present, and sitting quietly among them Whitman could understand the natural limitations which his household entailed upon the philosopher, and acknowledging these, felt the personal bond stronger than ever. The relation of the two men had been singular as well as noble, for it was the elder who had sought the younger out and affectionately acknowledged him, and through the years that followed the advances had been made by him. Whitman's attachment to Emerson had been one of love and reverence for his person, much more than of intellectual affinity. "I think," he wrote a few years later to his Boston friend, Mr. W. S. Kennedy, "I think I know B. W. Emerson better than anybody else knows him and love him in proportion." 622 The evidence does not indicate a similar understanding on Emerson's part, though the love between them was not unequal. To Emerson, as to Tennyson, Whitman remained a great big something of undetermined character. Whitman met many friends, new and old, upon this visit, but of the old, Thoreau had long been dead, and the strong, homely sailor's face of Father Taylor drew Boston no longer to the seaman's Bethel. Whitman himself attracted much attention as he sauntered along among the fashionable shoppers on Washington Street, tall, erect, and noble. One could not pass him without notice. I have heard a lady tell how, being familiar with his portraits, she recognized him at once. Seeing him mount a car she followed, taking a seat where for several miles she could, without rudeness, study and enjoy that splendid ruddy face, through which, lamp-like, there shone and glowed an inner light of spiritual ecstasy. And for Whitman himself, those were happy days. 623. The paralysis and the other ailments, more or less serious and painful, by which it had been enforced, troubled him less than usual. In his little room at Messrs. Rand and Avery's printing house, or out of doors in the woods with a fallen tree for his table. 624. He was revising the proofs of his leaves with a deliberation and particularity worthy of their final form. For now this singular book, slowly built up through the continual inspiration, thought and labor of a quarter of a century, had come to its completion, and the final plates were to be cast. Or better, we may say that for the first time it was to be really published, all other efforts in that direction having been but tentative and more or less unsuccessful. Hitherto, despised and rejected of publishers, it had issued with an innocent air from strange places, unvouched by any name which was recognized by the book-selling world. The edition of 1860 is the only exception, and almost immediately after its publication, the enterprising house which guaranteed it sank into ruin. 625. Now at last, the plan of the book had been, as far as health and strength permitted, brought to completion. 626. A plan amended since the previous Boston visit, and qualified to admit those poems which had since been written, and at first designed for a supplementary book. The cargo was filled, and the good ship ready to sail. After a visit to the Globe Theatre to see Rossi in Romeo and Juliet, 627, and a supper with his co-operators, the printers and proofreaders, whose aid he was always eager to acknowledge, Whitman set out again for New York, returning home about the beginning of November. Late in the same month, the book, his vessel as he loved to think of it, set out upon its voyage, but in spite of favorable presages and a happy commencement, it was soon shrouded about in fog, which only yielded to a storm. Some 2,000 copies were sold during the winter, but early in the new year, 1882, 628, the trouble, which seemed to have passed over when the Postmaster General decided that the book was not so obscene as to be unmailable, began to threaten anew. The Boston District Attorney 629, urged by certain agents of the Society for the Suppression of Vice as though, forsooth, vice could be suppressed, objected to the publication, and demanded the withdrawal of certain passages. Whitman was hardly surprised. He had discussed these passages, or a certain number of them, with his own judgment, and it is possible that Mrs. Gilchrist's view of them had also appealed to him. In his own judgment they were right, but he seems to have been willing to omit 5 brief items, amounting in all to nearly a page, from the incriminated Children of Adam section, if it would save the edition from further molestation. 630. These he suggested might be cut out of the plates, and replaced by other cancelling lines which he would substitute. This was early in March. But the attorney was not to be so easily satisfied. He demanded the omission of lines in all parts of the volume, amounting to a total of 8 or 10 pages. 631. This, Whitman emphatically refused, and as neither party would give way, Messrs. Osgood, without testing the case further, threw up their publication on the 9th of April. Their action was scathingly contrasted with that of Woodfall, the publisher of the Letters of Junius, and of Mr. Murray, Lord Byron's publisher, by W. D. O'Connor, in a letter to the New York Tribune. His indignant sense of literary justice had brought him once more to the side of his old friend, and although the former cordial relations seem hardly to have been re-established, the phantasmal but rigid barrier between them was crumbling away. That Whitman was sorely disappointed by the issue of the affair, goes without saying, for he had counted much upon this edition. But district attorneys and societies for the suppression of vice were not likely to daunt him. Binding a number of copies in green cloth, he issued them himself, for Messrs. Osgood had made over to him the printed sheets and plates. At midsummer, he transferred the latter to a Philadelphia firm, afterwards Mr. David Mackay, who immediately brought out an edition which sold in a single day 632. Persecution had, as usual, assisted the cause, and for some months the sale continued brisk, bringing Whitman at the year's end royalties to the amount of nearly £633. The Osgood disaster was not the only menace to Whitman's slender income during these years. The plates of the original Boston edition of 1860 were still extant, having been bought at auction by a somewhat unscrupulous person, who, in spite of Whitman's protest, succeeded in putting a number of copies upon the market. This affair was already worrying Whitman when he lay ill at St. Louis, and it was not till just before the publication of Messrs. Osgood's edition that some sort of settlement with this Mr. Worthington was effected. The author seems to have accepted a nominal sum by way of royalty 634, and was dissuaded from seeking the legal redress for which at first he had hoped. The surreptitious sale of this spurious edition was, however, continued till his death. Glendale Store, 1904. Whitman occupied one of the rooms looking out over the veranda much of the winter of 1881 to 1882 had been spent at Glendale, and during the following autumn he was busy with the proofs of Specimen Days and Collect, a volume of about the same size as the Leaves, and similar in appearance, which embraced the bulk of his prose writings up to that time, including a selection from the early tales and sketches. The plan of separation adopted in the Centennial edition, in which the supplementary volume consisted of both prose and verse, was now abandoned, and the whole of Whitman's verse, with the exception of rejected passages which are numerous, was rearranged and fitted together into the enlarged scheme of the Leaves. This new arrangement is not without interest. First comes the prefatory section intended to prepare the reader, and to indicate the character of the book. It belongs largely, in order of time, to the later, more explanatory period. There follows the original poem, now known as the Song of Myself, with its assertion of the divine and final me, the inherent purpose and personality of the all, and its gospel of self-realization. After this we have the poems of sex life's reproductive energy by which self-assertion is carried out towards society, and then of comradeship and the social passion. These complete the first section of the book, and, as it were, bring the individual to his or her majority. Henceforward he is a man and citizen. There ensues a group of a dozen powerful poems: The Open Road, The Broad Axe, and others, in which the life of ideal American manhood is celebrated, and the conception of America and her needs becomes more and more complete. In Birds of Passage, the loins are girded for noble perils, and here the middle of the volume is reached. There follows, Sea Drift and By the Roadside, the former, a group of poems contemplative, in middle life, of the mysteries of bereavement and of death, the latter, full of questions, doubts, and warnings, leading up to the drum taps, poems of war, of national consciousness, and of political destiny. Autumn rivulets are discursive and peaceful after the storm. They introduce a group, including the passage to India, in which the unity of the world is emphasized, a unity which is declared simultaneously by Whitman with the utterance of his thoughts of death. In Whispers of Heavenly Death, he gives expression to many moods, to insurgent doubts and to triumphant faith. They are followed by an Indian summer of miscellaneous poems, From Noon to Starry Night, and the volume closes with the Songs of Parting, and the identical words which in 1860 he had set at the end. There is little new in the book beyond the arrangement, and careful and final revision and readjustment of all the items to the unity of the whole. The main lines of the edition of 1860 are still followed, but since that version, most of the political poems have been added, and many of those which sing of battle and of death, with a considerable mass of the explanatory and philosophical material natural to later life. All this has necessarily qualified the earlier work, and has made the task of revision and adjustment necessary. For Whitman had a profound sense of congruity and character, and his alterations were dictated by his original purpose of creating a book which his own soul might forever joyfully acknowledge and attest, and even perhaps in future ages continue. 635 The book was his body, projected, out of his deepest realization of himself, into type and paper, and it changed somewhat in all its parts as it grew to completion and became more perfect. Footnotes: 608 Comp. Prose, 171-74, 433, Kennedy, 3n, Buck, 223-26. 609 Comp. Prose, 173. 610 IB, 172. 611 IB, 174. 612 Manuscripts Wallace. 613 Comp. Prose, 176-80. 614 Kennedy, 3n. 615 L of G, 201. 616 Comp. Prose, 183. 617 IB, 181, Supra, 136. 618 Buck, 100. 619 Williamson's Catalogue, Facsimile MEM. Of 187, Comp. Prose, 315-17. 620 Kennedy, 74-79. 621 Manuscripts Johnston. 622 Kennedy, 77. 623 Comp. Prose, 180-85, Buck, 147, Manuscripts Traubel. 624 Camden, X, 113. 625 C. Supra, 171. 626 Buck, 147. 627 Manuscripts Diary. 628 Manuscripts Carpenter. 629 Buck, 58, 148-53, Kennedy, 118, 119, Camden, 8, 288. 630 Manuscripts Johnston. 631 Buck, 151. 632 IB, 153. 633 Manuscripts Diary, C.F. Donaldson. 634 Manuscripts Diary. 635 L of G, Flyleaf. Chapter 18 Among the Prophets. With the completion of the main body of his work, and before we pass to the details of his last years in Camden, a brief digression into wider fields may perhaps be permissible. For Whitman's thought, though it is very consciously his, is interestingly related to that of the preceding century and of his own, and no study of him would be at all complete which left this fact out of consideration. Readers who prefer to follow the path of events will find it again in the next chapter. While it is difficult to imagine a greater contrast than that between the essayist on man and the singer of myself, they were at least agreed as to the proper subject for human study. Physically they were most dissimilar. Pope, a little, deformed, ivory-faced wit, all nerves and eyes, Whitman, a huge, high-complexioned, phlegmatic peasant artisan. Between their thought lay the century of Rousseau, Goethe, and Hegel, of Washington, Robespierre and Napoleon. And their mental contrast was as marked as their physical. It is clearly indicated in the formal character of their work, Pope's, a mosaic of brilliant couplets, Whitman's, a choral or symphonic movement 636 wholly lacking in the intellectual dazzle of the Augustan wits. Whitman's strength lay rather in those naturalistically romantic regions of the imaginative world which in the 18th century were being rediscovered by certain provincial singers, the forerunners of the Lake poets. In the verses of Scottish poets from Ramsay to Burns, in Macpherson's Ossian, and, finally, in the work of two men who were Londoners but with a difference, the soul-revealing cries of Cooper and the lyric abandonment of Blake, there was restored to English poetry that emotional quality which had been banned and ousted by the self-conscious clubmen of the 18th century 637, just as the passion of high conviction returns to English politics with Burke, and to English religion with Wesley, so it finds expression once again in the rhythmical impulse of lyrical ballads and the songs of innocence. There is here a new feeling for beauty, a new sense of the emotional significance of nature. With the return of that enthusiasm based upon conviction, which the sceptical deism of Pope abhorred, there came a more elastic use of meter. For the movement of poetry should vary as the pulse varies under emotion. Passion now took the place of logic in the guidance of the rhythm of thought. And as the spirit of the poet lay open to the stars, his ear caught new and ever subtler rhythms, and became aware that every impelling motive for song has its own perfect and inalienable movement. His attention passed from current standards and patterns to those windy stellar melodies unheard by the town-bred Augustan ear. All this, with much more, is revealed in the work of the new poets, from Wordsworth, Coleridge, and Shelley to Tennyson. When Whitman came, his spirit was aware of this newly apprehended canon of poetic form. At first, he tried the medium of rhymed verses, but his were without inspiration. When self-expression became imperative, he abandoned them. For the poet, nothing can be more important than the emotional atmosphere which his verses create, for he is conveying rather moods than fancies, inspirations of the soul rather than thoughts of the intelligence. Eventually, it is the poet's own personality or attitude of mind that most affects the world, and it seemed to Whitman that this must communicate itself through the medium of his thoughts by their rhythm or pulse of speech and phrasing. The manner of speaking means more almost than the matter spoken, because it is by the manner, and not by the thought, that the speaker's attitude toward life is most intimately conveyed. It need hardly be said that there are rhythms which suggest and evoke gladness and exaltation, others which call forth melancholy, others which predispose to lascivious passions, and so forth. The thought is older than Plato. Whitman wished to convey to his readers all that I have attempted to describe in the foregoing pages, his own attitude towards life, that of a fearless, proud, abysmal, sympathetic, wholesome man. And he found no medium among those in current use which seemed to him effective for his purpose. He had to go back to the prophets of Israel, and the rhythm into which their message was put anew by the 17th century translators, to find a model. It was from them, and from a study of the movements of prose, but especially of speech, that he came to his own singular, and not inappropriate style. At the last definition, the appeal of Leaves of Grass is intended to be that of an intimate kind of speech. It would be interesting, in this connection, to compare Whitman's manner with that of the other writers of his period who have most distressed the purists, Browning, Carlyle, Emerson, and Meredith, but that field is too large for us to enter now. Addington Symonds once said 638 that Whitman had influenced him even more deeply than Plato, and the juxtaposition of the two names is as singular as it is suggestive. For while the arrogant Manhattanes is far indeed from the founder of the Academy, there is something essentially Platonic in Whitman's attitude toward poetry. For Whitman was a moralist in the highest sense. With Plato, he dreamed always of the Republic, and that dream was the moving passion of his life. He would at least in his earlier years have said with Plato, in his laws, the legislator and the poet are rivals, and the latter can only be tolerated if his words are in harmony with the laws of the state. But over the last phrase he would have laughed, adding, in my republic the citizens think lightly of the laws. Like Plato, he accused all the poets whom he loved best of an essential hostility to the republic. Their whole attitude implied an aristocratic spirit, which discovered itself in their rhythms, and struck at the life of America. He would only admit such poets as are in harmony with the spirit of the republic, and interpret the genius of America. It was for America, then, that he made his chants, chanting them, as he hoped, in such fashion that they might forever nerve new soldiers for the battle which he saw her destined to maintain through all the ages against the ancient tyrannies of the past. If one were to seek among modern writers for those whose genius is related to Whitman's, one would, I suppose, name first Rousseau, with his moody self-consciousness, his great social enthusiasm, his religious fervor, and his passionate perception of beauty in nature 639, and then, after Goethe, to whom I have several times referred in passing, one would add Byron, that audacious egoist, who, threatening the Almighty like some Miltonic Lucifer, fascinated the gaze of Europe 640. But Whitman had almost nothing either of the morbid sentiment or dramatic skill of the French reformer, nor had he Byron's theatrical and somewhat feudal rhetoric of rebellion. He was indeed very much at peace with the cosmos, his confessions are frank, but impersonal, his egoism may be satanic in its pride, but then for him, Satan, though he remains in opposition, is really an essential factor in the government of the worlds. Temperamentally he was nearer to George Sand's 641 and, on at least one side of his nature, to Victor Hugo 642. It is rather as a prophet than as a literary figure that we must compare him with his great contemporaries. On this side, he was obviously related to Millet, to Beethoven, and to Wagner, but it seems simpler roughly to set him over against several men of his own craft who hold a European reputation, to Carlyle, Mazzini, Emerson, Morris, Browning, Tolstoy and Nietzsche. With Whitman, Carlyle 643 recognized the underlying moral purpose of the universe, and the organic unity or solidarity of mankind, but being himself a Calvinistic Jacobin of irritable nerves, these convictions filled him, not with a joyful wonder and faith, but with contempt and despair. He never saw humanity as the body of a divine and godlike soul, and though he was continually calling men to duty and repentance, he did so from inward necessity rather than with any anticipation of success. For he felt himself to be a voice crying in the wilderness. Whitman worshipped the hero as truly as did Carlyle, but then he saw the heroic in the heart of our common humanity, where Carlyle missed it, hence his appeal was one of confidence, not despair. For Mazzini, the word duty was not a scourge but a magician's wand, because he believed 644 the Italian was not, like Carlyle, an iconoclast, but a messenger of good tidings, and if he carried a sword, it was in the name of the Prince of Peace. Like Whitman, he was conscious of the world life pulsing through him. In himself he found the peremptory spirit of the Republic demanding from him both blood and brain. Like Whitman also, he looked to a comradeship of young men for the regeneration of his nation, and to a poet to come for the great words which alone can unite men and nations, creating the world anew in the image of humanity. For them both, religion was the ultimate word, a religion free from the shackles of dogma, free in the spirit of the whole, and it was a word which the world could only receive from the poets that are to be. But while thus similar in their aspirations, they were very different in temper and circumstances. For Mazzini was a fiery, nervous martyr to his cause, a Dantesque exile from the land of his love. And yet his appeal, at least in his writings, is not so intimate as is that of the less vehement apostle of liberty. With Emerson's 645, whose relationship to Whitman I have already discussed, there is the great contrast of temperament. For in him, passion seems to have played but little part. He is one of the noblest of those constitutional Protestants and individualists who are incapable of feeling the fuller tides of the Catholic passion of social sympathy. His earnest and profound spirit seems to dwell forever in the sunny cloisters of a thoughtful solitude, far distant from life's rough and tumble. Browning's belief that the immanent divinity finds expression through passion, and is lost in all suppression of life 646, and his faith in the universal plan, which includes the worst with the best, relate his thought to Whitman's. For them both, each individual life contains a part of the divine secret. It is the concrete personality of things which they seek to express, though in very different ways. Browning astonished Carlyle by his confident cheerfulness. And his optimism was founded upon knowledge, or at least did not depend upon ignorance. Though he believed in the triumph of the divine element in every soul, the element of love, he recognized the reality of evil, and saw life as a battle. But not as a battle between the body and the soul, or between vice and virtue. The conflict, for Browning as for Whitman, is ultimately between love as the inmost spirit of life, and all other virtues and vices whatsoever. Love alone leaves completion in the soul, and solves the enigmas of doubt. Browning's conception of a democracy, in which all men should be equal in full-blown powers, and God should cease to make great men, because the average man would have become great, was set forth in some of the earliest work of a genius as precocious in its development as that of his master Shelley. But it would be easy to exaggerate the relationship which I have indicated. For Browning was a cosmopolitan and delightful gentleman, who in his later years cultivated music and studied yellow parchments and the freaks of human nature, in a Venetian palace, while Whitman was sauntering through old age in the suburb of an American city, appearing by comparison uneducated, uncouth, and provincial. Appearances, however, deceptive, for the earth Walt smacks of is the autochthonous red soil of the creation of all things. Tolstoy, aristocrat as he is by birth and education, is yet a peasant in his physical and spiritual character, a Russian peasant, with the mujik's almost oriental stubbornness of resignation and passivity. Like Whitman, he is one of the people, and in some respects he is an incarnation of Russia, as Whitman was of America. But while there are many obvious relations between the two men, their contrast is the more striking. Tolstoy has the Oriental tendency towards pessimism and asceticism. He sees the body and spirit in irreconcilable conflict. And similarly he opposes forever pleasure and duty, so that his is a message of the endless sacrifice of self. An abyss of terror surrounds him, from which he can only escape by a life of resolute and loving self-devotion. 647 His gospel is one of escape, and is in many respects nearer in spirit to Carlyle's than to Whitman's. Tolstoy's detestation of the state is, doubtless, largely traceable to the military despotism under which he has lived. There is a certain element of pessimism also, in the attitude of William Morris, as of Ruskin his master. But though he flings back the golden age into the 13th century, his gospel is really one of actual joy. When the citizen finds pleasure in his daily work, the state will prosper, such is his promise for the future, and his condemnation of the present. Carlyle urged men to work, in order to kill doubt, and silence the terrible questions, but Morris finds that the questions are really answered by work, if only it is done in the spirit of the artist, and in fellowship with others. 648 Like Whitman, Morris was one who seemed to his friends almost terribly self-sufficing. He could stand alone, they thought. But strong as he seemed in his solitude, he was the poet of a fellowship which is man's fulfillment and immortal life. Though Whitman's view of that life was more philosophical, and his personality had a more mystical depth, the two men had much in common, especially in the aggressive and elemental masculinity of their character, and their superb joy and pride in themselves. It would be interesting to compare Whitman's general position with that of Nietzsche, that most perplexing figure of young Germany in revolt from Hegel and all the past, from the restraint, system, and conventions which threaten the liberty of the individual spirit. But Nietzsche is difficult to summarize, and time has not yet given us the perspective in which alone the general forms of his thought will become evident. It is clear, however, that he expresses that spirit of rebellion which was so marked a feature of the first Leaves of Grass, a rebellion against all bondage, even though it call itself virtue and morality. And this, be it remembered, was always a part of the real Whitman. It was the side of the square deific which he has aptly named Satan. Between Nietzsche's overman, jealous of every tittle of his identity, and always a law unto himself, refusing to bow his neck to the virtues and vices of the weaker brother, and Whitman's self-asserting ego, there is the same striking resemblance. One can never omit the dogma of the sacredness of self-assertion, with the criticism of Christianity which it involves, from any statement of Whitman's position. He evidently detested that plausible leveling argument, so potent for mischief to the race life which it professes to guard, that one must be always considering the effects of example upon the foolish and perverse, and endeavoring to live down to their folly and perversity, instead of up to the level of true comradeship. Be yourself, say Whitman and Nietzsche, and do not waste your life trying to be what you fancy for the sake of other people you ought to be. Whitman's doctrine of equality is again really not unlike Nietzsche's doctrine of inequality, for it only asserts the equality of individuals because of the overman latent in each one, and is different enough from the undistinguishing equalitarian of popular philosophy. But Whitman had the balancing qualities which Nietzsche lacked. As he said once to Mr. Pearsall Smith, I am physically ballast so strong with weightiest animality and appetites, or I should go off in a balloon. In his case, self-assertion was not associated with mania, for it never snapped those ties of comradeship and love which keep men human, but became instead a bond for fuller and nobler relations with men and women. The comparison with Nietzsche suggests the limits of Whitman's Hegelianism. For though he once declared that he rated Hegel as humanity's chiefest teacher and the choicest loved physician of my mind and soul, and again, that his teaching was the undercurrent which fructified his views of life 649, yet it may well be doubted whether he ever really mastered the full Hegelian theory, or realized the futility of many of those generalizations in which German idealism has been so prolific. It was because Hegel saw life, both the me and the not me, as a single whole, and found a place for evil in his world purpose, that Whitman hailed him as the one truly American thinker of the age. But in the individualism of Nietzsche is the partial corrective of Hegel's position, and as I have suggested, Whitman would have accepted it as such. Perhaps the foregoing very rough and ready comparisons may have thrown some light on the outstanding features of Whitman's personal message and influence. But there remains another, which I have already suggested, and to which for a moment we must return. Whitman was essentially a prophet mystic, and while he derived nothing from most of the men with whom his thought is related, the indirect influence upon him of George Fox the Quaker is certain. 650 Fox's distinguishing quality was his intense personal reality. There are few more vivid figures on any page of history. This seems to be due to the fullness of life which he realized, and could focus in his actual consciousness. From this he did not derive advanced views but vital power. And vital power is equally, and perhaps in fuller measure, characteristic of Whitman, manifesting itself by various signs in his daily life, and in the phrases of his book. In Whitman, as in Fox, this was an attractive power of extraordinary force. Around Fox it created a society of friends, and one cannot doubt that sooner or later a worldwide fellowship of comrades will result from the life work of Whitman. Fox's friends, though the meaning of the title may originally have been friends of the truth, were real friends, united in a new ideal of communion. They shared the highest experience in common, meeting for the purpose of entering together into the power of the life. And Whitman also realized that life at its highest is only revealed to comrades. His view of religion was even less formal than that of the early Quakers, but he, too, preferred to sit in silence with those he loved, realizing that divine power and purpose which was one in them. Quakerism has not unfairly been spoken of as a spiritual aristocracy. There seems to be something essentially exclusive about it. On the other hand, it is essentially democratic and would exclude none, but the methods necessary to its conception of truth do not appeal to the many. Similarly, the fellowship of Whitman's comrades must be an aristocracy of overmen if the words can be divested of all sinister association and read in their most literal sense. Whitman recognized that his inner teachings could only be accepted by the few, and for them he set them forth. But for the many also, he had a message. And though the actual comrades of Whitman must be able to rise to his breadth of view and depth of purpose, that purpose embraces the whole world. For the possibility of comradeship is implicit in every soul, and there is none, no, not the most foolish or perverted or conventionally good, who is ultimately incapable of entering into it. The fellowship must be as essentially attractive as was the personality of Whitman himself, and if few should be chosen to be its members, yet all would be called. Once realized as the one end of all individual and social life, such a comradeship would transform our institutions and theories, whether of ethics, politics, education, or religion. In a word, it would change life into a fine art. For it could be no utopian theory, but the most practicable of gospels. The seed has been already sown, and we may now await with confidence the growth of a tree through whose branches all the stars of faith will yet shine, and in whose embracing roots all the rocks of science will be held together. 651 footnotes, 636 W. M. Rossetti in and Gilchrist. 637 cf. Saintsbury's 19th century lit, and Stevens' English Thought in 18th century, ch. 12. 638 Camden's Complement, 73. 639 cf. W. H. Hudson's Rousseau, 245, 246. 640 Comte Prose, 287, Guthrie, OPCIT, 100, 101. 641 G. Gilchrist, OPCIT 642 Kennedy, 106, 178. 643 cf. Triggs Browning and Whitman. 644 Mazzina's Duties of Man, etc., cf. Bolton King's Mazzina. 645 C. Supra, 113-6, etc. 646 Triggs, OPCIT, Professor Jones's Browning. 647 Note added to my confession in 1882. 648 A Dream of John Ball, and Life of William Morris, by J. W. MacHale. 649 in Re, 244, Comte Prose, 168, 169, 245, Camden, 9, 172. 650 C. Supra, CHI, 2. 651 Horace Traubel, of Camden, New Jersey, editor of The Conservator, is the secretary of the Walt Whitman Fellowship, International, which meets annually in New York and issues papers. A file of these may now be consulted in the British Museum Library. Chapter 19. He becomes a householder. Emerson and Longfellow died within 6 months of Whitman's Boston visit, the former being buried in that graveyard at Sleepy Hollow where Walt had so recently stood by the green mounds that marked the resting places of Hawthorne and of Thoreau. 652. Carlyle had died a year earlier, Carlyle who so deeply impressed his impetuous pathetic personality upon all that he handled, and who was one of the principal literary influences upon Whitman during his later years. As Emerson had doubtless been an inspiration in the earlier. And while Walt had been working on the Osgood proof sheets, James Garfield, the friend who used to hail him as he passed on Pennsylvania Avenue riding with Pete Doyle, shouting out some tag from the leaves, and who had now become President of the United States, died amid the mourning of the nation. Whitman's daily life had been poorer these last 2 or 3 years, since Mrs. Gilchrist's return to England, but new friends were continually added to his circle. Among these was Mr. W. S. Kennedy, who was working for a while on one of the Philadelphia papers, and has since published a notable collection of reminiscences and memoranda of his relations with the Camden poet. The Christmas of 1882 653 brought him a delightful gift in the friendship of a Quaker family. Mr. Pearsall Smith was a wealthy Philadelphia glass merchant, who with his wife had, till recently, been a member of the Society of Friends. He had had a remarkable career as an evangelist, both in his own country and in Europe, his eloquence and magnetic personality having been instrumental in changing the course of many lives. His wife also was an active worker in the fields of religion and philanthropy, and their home in Germantown, one of the suburbs of Philadelphia most remote in every sense from plebeian Camden, became a meeting place for men and women interested and engaged in the work of reform. By this time, however, Mr. Pearsall Smith himself, finding in human nature more forces than were accounted for in the evangelical philosophy, had withdrawn from active participation in its labors. The elder of his daughters, Miss Mary Whittle Smith, a thoughtful and enthusiastic college girl, came back from New England, where she was studying, fired by a determination to meet Walt Whitman. Her parents discovered with dismay that she had read the leaves, at first with the consternation proper to her Quaker training, but later with ardor. Respectable Philadelphians, and especially members of the Society of Friends, were disposed to regard the poet as an outrageous, dangerous person, who lived in a low place, among disreputable and vulgar associates. His works were classed by them with the wares of obscene book vendors, as absolutely impossible. The parents' consternation at their daughter's resolve may well be imagined. But being wise parents, they were prepared to learn, and Mr. Smith eventually drove her over in a stylish carriage behind a pair of excellent horses. Mary Whittle Smith, M.R.S. Berenson, in 1884 they found Whitman at home. He descended slowly, leaning on his stick, to the little stuffy parlor where they were waiting, and with a kindly, affectionate amusement received the girl's homage. Her father immediately and impulsively asked the old man to drive back and spend the night with them. This was the spontaneous kind of hospitality which most delighted Walt, and after a moment's hesitation, in which he weighed the matter, he decided in favor of his new friends and their excellent equipage. His sister-in-law quickly produced the boots and other necessaries, and they set forth. Whitman loved to drive and to be driven, and as he sat on the back seat by his adoring young friend, he heartily enjoyed the whole situation. It was indeed enough to warm an old man's heart. After listening to her avowals, he recommended Miss Smith to study Emerson and Thoreau, but was evidently well pleased with her praise. Genuine devotion he always accepted. He stayed a couple of days on this occasion, delighting in long drives along the Wissahickon Creek, and showing himself very much at home among the young people of the household. From this time on, and until the family left for England in 1886, he was their frequent visitor, and in later years while reverently remembering Mrs. Gilchrist, who died in 1885, he came to speak of Mary Whittle Smith as his staunchest living woman friend. His letters to her father also are evidences of a close intimacy between the two men. Thus it seems permissible to speak here at greater length than usual of their relations, which serve besides to illustrate others not less affectionate. Often during the college vacations, when the house was filled with merry young folk, Whitman would sit in the hall to catch the sounds of their laughter, enhanced by a little distance, or from his corner, leaning upon his stick, he would look on for hours together while they danced. Spirits ran high on these occasions, and all the higher for his smiling presence. He enjoyed everything, and not least the wholesome incipient love-making which he was quick to notice, and encourage. Often he was full of fun, and still, as in the old days, he sang gaily as he splashed about in his bath, a delighted group of young people listening on the landing without to the strains of old Jim Crow, some Methodist hymn, or Negro melody. At night, before retiring, he would take a walk under the stars, sometimes alone, sometimes with his girlfriend, who could appreciate the companionableness of silence. He was always perfectly frank, as well as perfectly courteous. If he preferred solitude he said so, and if, when at table, his hostess proposed to read aloud some long family letter, and asked him in an aside whether he would like to hear it, he would smile and answer, no. He came to see them usually in his familiar grey suit, but in winter he wore one of heavier make, which was, however, provided with an overcoat only. Indoors, he then put on the knitted cardigan jacket seen in some of his portraits. On one occasion, when some local literary people were invited to meet him, he appeared unaccustomedly conscious of his clothes. Uncomfortable at the absence of a coat, he tried the overcoat for a while, but becoming very hot before the dinner was done, he beat a retreat into the hall, and there divesting himself of the burden, returned in his ordinary comfortable dress. Such incidents admirably illustrate his simple and homely ways. 654 Henceforward, though records are multiplied, the movement of Whitman's life is less and less affected by outer events, and becomes yearly more private and elusive. Whitman at 62. There is little to record of 1883, save that shortly after his 64th birthday there appeared the biographical study of Whitman by his Canadian friend. Like the earlier and smaller sketch by John Burroughs, Dr. Buck's volume was revised and authenticated by the poet, and is an invaluable record. Though fragmentary and far from exhaustive, it is written by one of the very few who can be said to have caught the real significance of the life and personality of the author of Leaves of Grass. That he fully understood Whitman, neither he nor his poet friend ever suggested, but then one must add that Whitman always laughingly asserted he did not by any means understand himself. 655 As a result of the sales of the Philadelphia edition and the royalties which they brought him, the old man was now enabled to carry a long-cherished plan into execution. On March the 26th, 1884 656 he left his brother's house, and removed to a little two-story cottage on Mickle Street, nearby. Here he installed himself, at first with an elderly workman and his wife, and afterwards under the more efficient regime of Mrs. Mary Davis, a buxom New Jersey widow of comfortable presence, who brought into the house that homely atmosphere which Whitman had so long been seeking. 657 Downstairs, in the little front parlor, he carried on what remained to him of his own publishing the old autograph editions which he had not entrusted to Mr. Mackay, and over it, upstairs, was his bedroom, which he liked to compare with a big ship's cabin. In the backyard were lilacs, which he loved, and a shady tree stood in the sidewalk in front. He found his little shack, as he called it, pleasant and restful, and his own. He was not much worried by the rasping church choir and the bells, which jangled cruelly loud for such sensitive hearing every Sunday, nor by the neighborhood of a guano factory, which was noticeable enough to the most ordinary nose. 658 Here his friends from far and near were frequent visitors, Dr. Buck, John Burroughs, and Peter Doyle among them, and in June came Edward Carpenter from England on his second visit. 659 Carpenter had now issued his slender green towards democracy, that strange, prophetic, intimate book, so unlike all others, even the leaves which it most resembles. It was 7 years since the two men had met, and the older had grown thinner and more weary looking. He had not been worst in the long struggle with time and illness, but they had left their mark upon his body. The visitor renewed his first impressions of that complex personality, felt again the wistful affection mingled with the contradictious obstinacy, recognized the same watchful caution and keen perception, a certain artfulness, and the old wild hawk look of his untamable spirit, but, beneath all, the wonderful unfathomed tenderness. Whitman manifestly had his moods, lumpishly immovable at times deliberately inaccessible. He took a certain willful pleasure in denial, for the quality of cussedness was strong in him. And his friends admired his magnificent no, issuing from him naked and unashamed, just as mere acquaintances dreaded it. But in other moods he was all generosity, and you knew in him a man who had given himself body, mind and spirit to love, never contented to give less than all. Among the topics of their conversations was the labor movement, in which Carpenter was actively interested. Whitman professed his belief in cooperation, at the same time reiterating his deeply rooted distrust of elected persons, of officials and committees. He had lived in Washington, and besides, his feeling for personal initiative, his wholesome and passionate love of individuality, and its expression in every field, set him always and everywhere against mere delegates and agents. Above all things, he abhorred regimentation, officialism, and interference. I believe, like Carlyle, in men, he said with emphasis. He hoped for more generous, and, as he would say, more prudent, captains of industry, but he looked for America's realization to an ever-increasing class of independent yeomanry, who should constitute the solid and permanent bulk of the Republic. Regarding America from the universal point of view, as the standard-bearer of liberty among the nations, he thought of free trade as a moral rather than a merely economic question. Free trade and a welcome to all foreigners were for Whitman integral parts of the American ideal. The future of the world, he would say, is one of open communication and solidarity of all races, and he added, with the dogmatism characteristic of his people, if that problem of free interchange cannot be solved in America, it cannot be solved anywhere. In considering Whitman's attitude towards the social problem, and especially the labor problem, whose development in America he had been watching since the close of the war, one must consider the conditions of his time and country. 660 The Industrial Revolution, which is still in progress and which in its progress is changing the face of the globe, disintegrating the old society down to its very basis in family life, has revealed itself to us in the last generation, much more clearly than to Whitman, who grew up 70 years ago in a new land. We can see now that, though it may prelude a reconstruction of human society and relations in all their different phases, it is itself destructive rather than constructive. We recognize that it does not bring equality of opportunity to all, as its earlier observers had predicted. 661 But that, on the contrary, it destroys much of the meaning of opportunity, the control of capital which is the motive power of modern industrial life, falling more and more into the hands of a small group of legatees, on whose pleasure the rest of the community tends to become dependent for its livelihood. And we see the results of this new economic condition in the character of the populations of those vast cities into which the Industrial Revolution is still gathering the peoples of Europe and America. Among these, the spirit of individual enterprise and initiative is continually choked by the narrow range of their opportunity. Their lives become the melancholy exponents of that theory of the specialization of industry against which the humanitarians of the age have all inveighed. Serious as it was becoming in the New World, the labor question had not yet, in Whitman's time, assumed an aspect so menacing as in the Old. Even today the proportion of Americans engaged in agriculture is 4 times as large as that which rules in Great Britain, and except in the North Atlantic states, the rural population does not seem to be actually losing ground. 662 though its increase is much less rapid than that of the urban districts, into which more than a third of the population is now gathered, as against a fifth at the close of the war, or an eighth in the middle of the century. At the time of Whitman's death nearly 3/4 of the total number of American farmers were the owners of their farms, and it was in these working proprietors, with the similar body of half-independent artisans who were owners of their houses, that he placed his social faith. These were, as we have seen, the men whom he regarded as citizens in the fullest sense. 663 In this view he was doubtless influenced by Mill, whose principles of political economy he seems to have studied soon after its appearance in 1848. Roughly speaking, Mill had supplemented the teaching of Adam Smith, that individual liberty is the one sure foundation for the wealth of nations, by describing the proper sphere of social intervention in industrial matters. His picture of the future industry, the association of the laborers themselves on terms of equality, collectively owning the capital with which they carry on their operations, and working under managers selected and removable by themselves, has been quoted as the socialist ideal. 664 And Mill was deeply influenced by the early socialists. 665 Their activity in Europe during the first half of the 19th century was so remarkable that it must have come under the notice of Whitman. Robert Owen, intoxicated with what was perhaps a rather shallow conception of the great truth of human perfectibility, had spent his life and wealth in unsuccessful but most suggestive social experiments. No less optimistic were his French contemporaries, Saint-Simon and Fourier. In striking contrast with them and their doctrinaire systems, Proudhon, the peasant, who presents not a few points of agreement with Whitman, looked forward to voluntarism as the final form of society, and detested alike the theoretic elaboration and the sexual lubricity of his amiable but, on the whole, unpractical compatriots. The failure of the risings of 1848, and the succeeding period of reaction, checked the socialist movement. 666 And social reform was left for a while to middle-class liberalism, with its philanthropic ignorance of the real needs of the workers, until, in the last generation, the demands of labor, the pressure of poverty and the aspirations of social enthusiasts, have together furnished the motive power for a further struggle for the collectivist ideal of intelligent happiness and pleasurable energy for all. 667 This recent movement was at first most unequally yoked with an unbeliever in the brilliant, fatalistic theory of Karl Marx. Marx was a year older than Whitman. His acute Hebrew intellect was trained under the Hegelian system of thought, but he was apparently destitute of the finer historic sense, as well as of Hegel's idealism. 668 The humanitarian character of the social movement is now once more sweeping it far beyond his formulas, but in Whitman's time the Marxian theory dominated socialism. In Long Island and New York, during the period of Whitman's youth, the social condition was, on the whole, free from serious disorders, save those incident upon growth and rapid development. The spirit of Elizabethan enterprise, the practical achievement of brave and ardently conceived ideas, ruled in that democratic society wherein his habit of mind was shaped, and of which it was in large degree a natural product. Whitman's youth and early manhood were little touched by evidences of any social disease so deep-seated as to encourage ideas of revolution. It is true that the vested interests of the slave party made themselves felt in New York, but neither to him nor to the Free Soil Party did the anti-slavery movement suggest that other change which the political title they adopted brings so vividly before the mind today. Free soil had for him no definitely socialistic significance. And it was only, as we have seen, after the war that the accentuation of the labor problem brought it into prominence in the American cities. Whenever, thereafter, Whitman, leaving the comparative quiet of his own surroundings, revisited the metropolis, or wandered to some great western center of industry, he realized dimly the progressive approach of the crisis. The increase in the accumulation of wealth was far outrunning even the rapid increase in population, but a large proportion of this wealth was being concentrated in a few hands which threatened to control the national policy. Manufacture was facilitated by the immense influx of immigrants who swelled the dependent city populations, and these immigrants coming more and more from the southeast of Europe, that is to say, from the most backward, ignorant and turbulent nations, promised by their presence to create a social problem in the North and Middle West not less acute if less extensive than that of the Negro in the South. Democracy looks with suspicion on the very poor 669, quoth Whitman, meaning that the poverty of the poor incapacitates them for citizenship. That, I think, is one of the great and final arguments against the policy of laissez-faire under existing circumstances. Things would go very well if left to themselves, says the philosophic theorist, and so even Whitman is often inclined to declare 670. But just as the organized party of slavery, in the 50 years before the war, refused to leave things to right themselves, so the party of property today interferes, more or less unconsciously, with the principle which it so loudly proclaims. It is because of the existence of innumerable sacrosanct parchments, customs, and traditions, and all the subtly clinging fingers of Mortmain, that laissez-faire remains an empty phrase. If we could burn the parchments and loose the fingers, men might go free. But still, for the sake of the nation's health, the poor would need to be assisted to rise out of the helpless condition into which society has allowed them to be thrust and held. We have noted Whitman's hearty approval of Canada's benevolent institutions for the incapable. He fully recognized the duty of society towards such as these 671, and however hesitating his declarations on a subject which he was willing to leave to younger men, the main principle of his social economy, the right of each individual to be well born, carries us far from the policy of any party dominant today in our political life. He recognized this right as far more fundamental than any secondary privilege which has been accorded to property for social convenience. And it is because this right continues to be denied to millions of future citizens, to the most serious peril of the whole republic, and apparently for no better reason than that its recognition must impede the present rate of increase in material development, that the Socialist Party has arisen in America. It is safe to say that it is the only party which deliberately aims at social amelioration and the equal opportunity of all citizens, and in this respect it seeks to realize Whitman's ideal. In so far, however, as it clings to European theories, and identifies itself solely with a section of the nation, proclaiming a class war in the interests, not of America or of humanity, but of labor large, and inclusive as the term may be, it seems directly to antagonize that ideal. Whitman would certainly be belied by the label of socialist, but individualist would as little describe him. He was, and must always remain, outside of parties, and to some extent in actual antagonism to them, for while recognizing its purpose and necessity, he was essentially jealous of government and control. He wanted to see the Americans managing their own affairs as little as possible by deputy, and, as far as possible, in their own persons. That, I take it, is the only form of collectivism or social life which is ultimately desirable, and all political reform will aim at its practical realization. It depends most of all upon the simultaneous deepening of social consciousness and sympathy and increase of the means and spirit of individual independence. Only by these simultaneous developments can we hope to see established that society of comrades which was the America of Whitman's vision. On the practical side of the labor question, the old man occasionally expressed his emphatic dislike of certain sides of trade unionism, and probably misunderstood, as he clearly mistrusted the movement. When the labor agitation, he would say, is other than a kicking of somebody else out to let myself in, I shall warm up to it, maybe. 672. And of the workman he added, he should make his cause the cause of the manliness of all men, that assured, every effort he may make is all right. But he was a poor man himself, judged by modern standards, and he had a profoundly human and practical sympathy with the lives of the poor. He knew exactly where their shoe pinched. And thus, whatever his dislike of unionism, he was an admirable administrator of charity. His delight in giving made him the willing almoner of at least one wealthy Philadelphia magnate. 673. And during severe winters he was enabled to supply his friends, the drivers of the streetcars, with warm overcoats. In his diary, alongside of the addresses of those who purchased his books, are long lists of these driver friends, dimly reminiscent of the hospital lists which he used to keep in Washington. Walt was always an incurable giver of gifts, and these, one may be sure, never weakened the manly independence of their recipients. His admiration for generous men of wealth, like George Peabody, has found a place in Leaves of Grass. 674. For he saw that to love is both to give and to receive, and in that holy commerce both actions alike are blessed. His interest in social work is shown in a hitherto unpublished letter written about this time to Mary Whittle Smith, who had married and gone to England, and who sent him accounts of the work being done among the poor of the East End through the agency of Toynbee Hall. Of this he writes at noon on the 20th of July, 1885, the account of the Toynbee Hall doings and chat is deeply interesting to me. I think much of all genuine efforts of the human emotions, the soul, and bodily and intellectual powers, to exploit themselves for humanity's good, the efforts in themselves I mean, sometimes I am not sure but they are the main matter, without stopping to calculate whether the investment is tip-top in a business or statistical point of view. These libations, ecstatic life-pourings as it were of precious wine or rose water on vast desert sands or great polluted river, taking chances for returns or no returns, what were they, or are they, but the theory and practice of the beautiful God Christ, or of all divine personality? 675. Footnotes, 652. Comp. Prose, 183, 186. 653. Manuscripts Diary, Manuscripts Berenson, A. 654. Manuscripts Berenson, A. 655. Cf. in Re, 315. 656. Kennedy, 11, Manuscripts Diary. 657. in Re, 45, 141, 382, and Johnston. 658. Donaldson, 69. 659. Carpenter, A. B. 660. Comp. Prose, 247, 325, Cam. Mod. History, 707. 661. W. Cunningham, Western Civilization, 2, 258-60. 662. Cam. Mod. History, 712, n. British Supt. 663. Comp. Prose, 215. 664. Kirkup, History of Socialism, 286. 665. Marshall, Principles of Economics, 64. 666. Kirkup. 667 Morris and Bax, Socialism, 321. 668 Kirkup, 162. 669 C. Supra, 240. 670 in Re, 379, 380, Carpenter, B, etc. 671 C. Supra, 277. 672 in Re, 379. 673 Manuscripts Diary and Donaldson. 674 L of G, 294, Fuller in 1876 ed. 675 Manuscripts Berenson. Chapter XX at Mickle Street. The presidential election of the autumn of 1884 brought the long Republican regime to an end. During the 24 years of its continuance, the old party cries had become almost meaningless, and the parties themselves ineffective, while political life had grown increasingly corrupt from top to bottom. 676 The only practical demand of the hour was for a good government, and this required a change of party. Whitman, with a number of independent Republicans known as mugwumps, supported the Democrat, Mr. Grover Cleveland. With his return to the White House, the South may be said to have returned to the Union, after a generation of bitter estrangement. In the following summer Whitman had a slight sunstroke, which rendered walking much more difficult. 677 For several months he was a good deal confined to his little house, but his friends promptly came to the rescue with a horse and light American wagon. 678 He was overcome with gratitude, for the gift driving, as we have seen, was one of his delights, and he promptly began to make full use of his new toy. He soon disposed of the quiet steed, thoughtfully provided, and substituted one of quicker paces, which he drove furiously along the country roads at any pace up to 18 miles an hour. 679 Rapid movement brought him exhilaration, and he displayed admirable nerve upon emergency. Fac simile of portion of letter from Whitman to the late Mr. Pearsall Smith, March 4, 1884. Though he was getting old, his capacity for enjoyment was as great as ever. He enjoyed everything, especially now that at 65 he was, for the first time in his life, a householder. He enjoyed his quarters, his friends, his food, and in a grim way his very suffering. Astonishing what one can stand when put to one's trumps. 680 He wrote on a black day. While he could rattle along the roads in his wagon, he was naturally happy enough, and he encouraged all opportunities for pleasure. He enjoyed his food, and he now relaxed some of the stricter rules of temperance which hitherto he had followed. During periods of his life, as a young man and through the years at Washington, he was practically a total abstainer. Until he was 60 he only drank an occasional toddy, punch, or glass of beer. After that he followed the doctor's advice and his own taste, enjoying the native American wines, and at a later period, champagne. Stories of heavy drinking were circulated by the gossips, and were tracked at last to the habits of a local artist, who imitated Whitman in his garb, and somewhat resembled him. 681 Walt's head was remarkably steady, and it need hardly be said that he was always most jealous of anything which could dispute with him his self-control. In 1885 and several subsequent years 682 a popular caterer on the riverside, a mile or two below Camden, opened the summer season, about the end of April, with a dinner to some of his patrons, and Whitman was one of those who did fullest justice to his planked shad and champagne. For the latter he would smilingly admit an incidental weakness. 683 His temperance had given him a keen relish for fine flavors, and he enjoyed all the pleasures of the senses without disguise, and with a frank, childlike response to them. This responsiveness, more almost than any other thing, kept his physical nature supple and young. His consciousness was never imprisoned in his brain, among stale memories and thoughts whose freshness had faded. It was still clean and sensitive to its surroundings, and found expression in the noticeably fresh, rich texture of his skin. It was well that he should practice these simple pleasures, for apart from his own ailments, which increased with time, he was still troubled with financial difficulties. The purchase of the house had not been exactly prudent, as it added considerably to his expenses, and the success of the Philadelphia edition was not long continued. The royalty receipt soon dwindled to a very little stream, and his other earnings, though he was well paid for such contributions as the magazines accepted, and was retained on the regular staff of the New York Herald, were not large. 684 word went round among his friends, both in America and in England, that the old man was hard up again, and a second time there was a hearty response. A fund, promoted by the Pall Mall Gazette at the end of 1886, brought him a New Year's present of £8,685, and individual friends on both sides of the sea frequently sent thank offerings to him. Some Boston admirers attempted at this time to secure for him a government pension of £60 a year, 686, in recognition of his hospital work. But Whitman disliked the plan, and though it was favorably reported upon by the Pensions Committee of the House of Representatives, he wrote gratefully but peremptorily refusing to become an applicant for such a reward, saying quite simply, "I do not deserve it." 687 His services in the Attorney General's department seem to have been adequately paid, and one is glad the matter was not pressed. The hospital ministry could not have been remunerated by an invalid pension, it was given as a free gift, and now it will always remain so. Mickle Street, Camden in 1890, the little house on the right. Is Whitman's. From time to time special efforts were made by his friends to remove any immediate pressure of financial anxiety. Whitman, who was on the one hand generous to a fault, and on the other not without a pride which consented with humiliation to receive some of the gifts bestowed, manifested a boyish delight in money of his own earning, and it did his friends good to see his merriment over the dollars taken, 600 of them 688 at his Lincoln lecture of 1886 in the Chestnut Street Opera House. By way of profit sharing he insisted on presenting each of the theater attendants with $2. The repetition of the lecture in New York the following spring, at the Madison Square Theater, before a brilliant company of distinguished people, including Mr. James Russell Lowell, Mark Twain, Mr. Stedman, and Whitman's staunch admirer, Mr. Andrew Carnegie, brought him a similar sum, 689, while Colonel Ingersoll's lecture for his benefit in 1890 was yet more productive, and the birthday dinners also contributed something to his funds. But the mention of these financial matters must not be construed into a preoccupation with the subject in the old man's later years. It troubled his friends far more than it troubled him. After the gift of the horse and wagon, Mr. W. S. Kennedy and others planned to provide Whitman with a cottage at Timber Creek. 690 The idea delighted him, he craved for the pure air and the living solitude of the woods. But his health became too uncertain for the realization of the scheme, and the remainder of his days was spent in Camden. The little house in quiet, grassy Mickle Street, 691, standing modestly between its taller neighbors, with the brass plate, W. Whitman, on the door, and the mounting stone opposite, was becoming a place of frequent pilgrimage, and it has often been lovingly described. During the earlier years, Walt's favorite seat was at the left-hand lower window, and there the children would call out to him, and he would answer brightly as they went by to school. The walls and mantel shelf were covered with portraits, and as to the books and papers, so long as he used the room, it was beyond the wit of any woman to keep them within bounds. But it was afterwards, when he was more confined to his bedroom, that they fairly broke loose. He seems to have enjoyed this native disorder, for in the big, square, three-windowed upper room. They occupied not only the shelves and chairs and table but the floor itself. His boots, says a friend who, when Mrs. Davis was out, used to effect an entrance at the window to save her host descending the stairs, his boots would be standing on piles of manuscript on a chair, a half-empty glass of lemonade or whiskey toddy on another, his ink bottle on still another, his hat on the floor, and the whole room filled with an indescribable confusion of scraps of paper scrawled over with his big writing, with newspapers, letters, and books. He was not at all eager to have order restored, and used to grumble in a good-natured way when I insisted upon clearing things up a bit for him. 692 He liked to think and speak of the room as his den or cabin. It was his own place, and bustling with his own affairs. 693 Here were his old-time companionable books, the complete Scott of his youth, and a volume of poets which he used in the hospitals, his friend Mr. E. C. Stedman's Library of American Literature, studies of Spanish and German poets, and Felton's Greece, translations of Homer, Dante, Omar Khayyam, Hafiz, Saadi, Mr. Ralston's Epictetus, a constant friend Marcus Aurelius, and Virgil, with Ossian, Emerson, Tennyson, and Carlyle, and some novels, especially a translation of George Sand's Consuelo, and last, and best read of all, Shakespeare and the Bible. The Book of Job was one of his prime favorites in the beloved volume which was always by him in later years. Perilously mingled with the papers was wood for his stove, over whose crackling warmth he would sit in the cold weather, ensconced in his great rattan-seated, broad-armed rocker, with the wolf skin over it, his keen scent relishing the odor of oak wood and of the printer's ink on the wet proofs which surrounded him. Visitors usually waited in the room below for his slow and heavy step upon the stairs. There the canary sang its best, as though to be caged in Whitman's house was not confinement after all, and a bunch of fragrant flowers stood on the window sill. A kitten romped about the premises, which were inhabited besides by a parrot, a robin, and a spotted plum-pudding dog, not to mention Mrs. Davis, and eventually her two step-sons. One of these, Warren Fritzinger, who had been a sailor and 3 times round the world, afterwards became Walt's nurse, while his brother Harry called his first child Walt Whitman, to the old man's delight. Among the visitors was a young Japanese journalist, who afterwards published an amusing but ill-advised record of their conversations. 694 A document which seems to the English mind somewhat more injudicious than other Whitmanite publications, which certainly do not err on the side of reticence. After his first visit, Mr. Hartman maintains that Walt shouted after him, "Come again," and this injunction from time to time he fulfilled, naively recording his own desperate attempts to cope with the long silences which threatened to overwhelm his forlorn sallies into all conceivable regions of conversation. The older man would sit absent-mindedly, replying with an ejaculation or abruptly clipped phrase, or impossible sentence, but chiefly with his monosyllabic oi, which served, with a slight inflection, for almost any purpose of response. They say that Whitman grew garrulous, or at least less laconic, in his old age. 695 But Mr. Hartman hardly found him so. One day, when Mrs. Davis was absent, they lunched together on canned lobster and Californian claret in the kitchen. The sun shone on the grass in the little back garden, on the pear tree half smothered in its creeper, and the high boarded fence, and on the hens, poking in and out through the open door, and recalling the old farm life at West Hills. Whitman talked of the West, and of Denver, his Queen City of the West. Over another similar meal, he declared his love for the heart of Midlothian, and his distaste for the gloomy poets from Byron to Poe. They discussed music among their many topics. Mr. Hartman declared himself a Wagnerian, but Whitman confessed his ignorance of the music of the future. Mendelssohn, of course, he knew, and in later life he had discovered Beethoven as a new meaning in music, and had been carried out of himself, as he says, seeing, absorbing many wonders 696. But he was brought up on the Italians, it was from Verdi and his predecessors, interpreted by Alboni, Bettini, and others, that he had learnt the primal meanings of music, and they always retained his affection. About the middle of May 697 1887, a sculptor, who had already studied Whitman in the centennial year, came on from Washington to Mickle Street. Mrs. Davis sighted some of the litter in the parlor, and the old man sat for him there as amiably as 10 years before in the improvised studio on Chestnut Street. They talked much of the president, on a portrait of whom Mr. Morse had been working. Whitman had a high opinion of Mr. Cleveland, and displayed a lively interest in all the personal details his friend could supply. During the sittings Herbert Gilchrist arrived from England, where his mother had died of a painful disease some 18 months earlier, and he set up his easel also. Callers came from far and near, while dozens of children entered with a word or message from the street, and older folk looked in at the window. Whitman was not very well even for him, and he missed his solitude. But he was a delightful and courteous host. The three men often lunched together, while several English visitors taking Whitman on their tour, even though they missed Niagara 698, sat down to a bite of beef, a piece of apple pie, and a cup of tea poured out by the reverend host in the hot little kitchen. Good Mrs. Davis watched her old charge and friend with some anxiety, as this constant stream of visitors flowed in and out, but she herself rose more than equal to every emergency. She had for lieutenant a colored charwoman, born the same day as Whitman, who felt herself for that reason responsible in no ordinary degree for the general appearance of the premises. The sculptor and she often found themselves in conflict. As for his clay, she disdained it along with the whole genus of dirt. She succeeded in whitewashing the delightful moss-covered fence, and would, he felt sure, have liked to treat both him and his work in the same summary fashion. They debated theological problems together, to Whitman's amusement, and he would have it that Aunt Mary came out of these encounters better than the artist. "How does your Satan get work to do?" the latter would ask, "if God doth all?" "Never you fear for him," she retorted. "He's allers a prowlin' around lookin' for a chance when God's back is turned. There ain't a lazy hair on his head. I wish," she added significantly, "I could say as much for some others." 699. Beside Aunt Mary, other characters appear upon the pages of his friends' journals, notably a garrulous, broad-brimmed Georgian farmer, who had served in the Confederate Army. He was the father of a large family, which he had brought up on the leaves. As for himself, he had the book by heart, and was never so happy as when reciting his favorite passages at Sunday school treat or church meeting. He knew Emerson's writings with almost equal intimacy, but complained that these set his soul nagging after him, while Whitman's were soothing to it. With Walt he declared that he loafed and invited his soul; with Waldo, his soul became importunate and invited him. 700. Meanwhile, he admitted, his farm ran more to weeds than it should. Doubtless, during his pilgrimage the weeds prospered exceedingly, for he stayed long, and sad to say, in the end he went away a little disappointed. "I have to sit and admire him at a distance," he complained, "about as I did at home before I came." Walt liked him, and was amused by his talk, but his advice, his criticism, and his interpretations to boot, were overmuch for a weary man. There came one day a labor agitator, who required an introduction or testimonial of some sort from Whitman, and he also went away disappointed. In answer to all his loud-flowing, self-satisfied declarations, Whitman merely ejaculated his occasional colorless monosyllable, and when at last the discomfited man took his leave, the poet's absent-minded thanks, was more ludicrously and baldly opportune than intentional. 701 humorous as they appeared at the time, there was another side to interviews of this character, for it began to be noised about that Whitman was quite spoilt by his rich friends, and had lost his interest in and sympathy with the American working man. This was due, of course, to a complete misunderstanding. The old fellow who lived in his little shack on Mickle Street, and dined in Germantown in his cardigan jacket, might have a world reputation, but he was not forgetful of the people from among whom he sprang and to whom he always belonged. At the same time it is true, as we saw, that he did not himself profess to understand or to approve the party organization of labor. He was rather inclined to sit in his corner and have faith, and to listen to what the younger men had to say. In any case, he saw no remedy for present troubles in the exploitation of class feeling. He could see no help in urging the battle between two forms of selfishness. Generosity and manhood were his constant watchwords, whether for labor or for the nation. No circumstances, he would say, sitting in his room broken by the suffering of years, can deprive a hero of his manhood. But he would add his conviction that the Republic must be in peril as long as any of her sons were being forced to the wall, and his wish that each should have all that is just and best for him. The sculptor and his sitter had many a long evening chat together, the shadows of the passers-by cast by the street light and moving across the blind. The old man's mellow and musical, but somewhat uncertain, voice filled at these times with a confidential charm. One night he wrote out a tentative statement of his general views, declaring for free trade, and for the acknowledgement of the full human and political equality of women with men. He regarded the world as being too much governed, but he was not against institutions in the present stage of evolution, for he said that he looked on the family and upon marriage as the basis of all permanent social order. He seems to have disliked and even condemned the practices of the American Fourierist free lovers. 702 Though love's real freedom is always cardinal in his teachings. Anything like a laxity in fulfilling obligations, but especially the ultimate obligations of the soul, was abhorrent to him. He was not a critic of institutions, and he accepted the work of the churches and of rationalism as alike valuable to humanity. He added to his statement various personal details, saying, half interrogatively, that he thought if he was to be reported at all, it was right that he should be reported truthfully. This feeling was undoubtedly very strong with him from the day when he wrote anonymous appreciations of the leaves in the New York press. 703 Talk turns sometimes to the Washington days, to Lincoln's yearning passion for the South, to the affectionate admiration felt by the Union veterans for the men and boys who fought under Lee, and to the terrible rigidity of the Southern pride. Such talk would often end in reminiscences of the hospitals, and Whitman told his friend that he would like him to cut a bas-relief showing Walt seated by a soldier's cot in the wards. It had been his most characteristic pose, if one may use the word, and such a study would have shown him at his own work, the work in which he was most at home, surrounded by the boys who were his flesh and blood. 704 Footnotes, 676 Cam. Mod. History, 651. 677 Kennedy, 17. 678 Donaldson, Kennedy, and Manuscripts Diary. 679 Manuscripts Diary. 680 Kennedy, 64. 681 Donaldson, 61. 682 Kennedy, 15, 53, Manuscripts Diary. 683 Henry, 129. 684 Donaldson, Manuscripts Diary. 685 Kennedy, 24. 686 Donaldson, 170, Kennedy, 23, 24. 687 manuscripts Kennedy. 688 Donaldson, 109, Kennedy, 6. 689 Kennedy, 29. 690 IB, 54. 691 Johnson, 18, Kennedy, Donaldson, Comp Pros, 520. 692 manuscripts Berenson, A. 693 Enri, 137, etc. 694 Conversations with W.W., by Sudukichi, 1895. 695 Johnston, 92, 93. 696 Comp Pros, 151, cf. Camden, XXXIII. 697 Enri, 367. 698 Enri, 374. 699 IB, 375, 376. 700 Enri, 376, 377. 701 IB, 379. 702 manuscripts Johnston. 703 C. Supra, 109. 704 Enri, 390. Chapter XXI Goodbye, my fancy. During the first years of his sojourn among them, some of the young men of Camden had founded a Walt Whitman Club 705, and year by year a group of intimate friends was springing up about his own door. Chief of these was Mr. Horace Traubel, whose life became so inextricably interwoven with Whitman's last years that he has rightly been called the old poet's spiritual son. He was one of the first of Walt's Camden acquaintances. How or when they met, neither could remember, looking back to the summer evenings when the lame, white-haired man and the fair lad sat together on the steps of the Stevens Street house. It seemed as though they had always been friends. 706 Another of the group was Mr. T. B. Harnett. 707 Traubel's brother-in-law, an able lawyer and lover of books, whose house became a second home for Whitman after the removal from Philadelphia of his friends the Pearsall Smiths. These two gentlemen, with Dr. Buck, eventually became Whitman's executors. Better than anything else, this shows the confidence which their old friend reposed in them. On his 69th birthday Friday, May 31, 1888, his Camden friends and others met him at dinner at Mr. Harnett's. 708 2 days later he was there again, and Dr. Buck, arriving unexpectedly, was of the party. Walt had come in his carriage, and afterwards drove the doctor to the ferry. Thence he made his way to a point where, urging his horse into the river, he had nothing but water and sky before him, all filled with the sunset glory. He sat for an hour absorbing it in a sort of ecstasy. 709 Returning home, he felt that he had been chilled, and recognized intimations of a paralytic attack the 7th. 710 As he went to bed, he quietly resisted this alone. In the morning he had 2 more slight strokes, and for the first time temporarily lost the power of speech. This was Monday, and all through the week he lay close to death. Dr. Buck had returned, his friends entertaining no hopes of his recovery. But the end was not yet. Even in the midst of the uncertainty he was determined to complete the work he had in hand. Every day he contrived to get downstairs, and every evening he turned over the proof sheets of a new volume, which Horace Traubel brought with him from the printers on his way back from the city. From this time on, Traubel was his daily visitor, his faithful and assiduous aide. 711 Slowly the old man began again to improve, but he never regained the lost ground. His friends found him paler than of old, with new lines on his face, and a heavier expression of weariness. 712 The horse and carriage were no longer of service, and had to be sold. In the autumn a nurse and wheelchair took their place. The increased confinement troubled him most of all, so that he became jealous of the tramp with his outdoor life. FAC similes of postcards from Whitman to M.R.S. Berenson, 1887-8 altogether, as he wrote to his friends, though holding the fort sort o he was a pretty complete physical wreck. 713 O'Connor, too, was now paralyzed and near his end. The two old friends, similarly stricken, were once again exchanging greetings, though separated now by a whole continent. In O'Connor's case, however, the brain itself was also giving way. Walt followed all the illness of him who had been in some respects his best comrade with pathetic interest, until, returning from California to Washington, the broken flesh gave freedom at last to the man's fiery spirit. 714 Whitman grew somewhat more querulous in these later days, with the increase of pain and discomfort. 715 For from this time on one may almost say that he was slowly dying. Not that he complained or was inconsiderate, but little things caused him greater irritation, though only for a moment. Nothing is more notable in Whitman's nature than the short duration of his fits of quick flaming wrath. 716 They flashed out from him in a sudden word, and passed, leaving no trace of bitterness or resentment behind. An example of this is afforded by his behavior toward the unexpected and vehement assault upon him by a former admirer, Mr. Swinburne. Having once acclaimed Whitman as the cordium of the singers of freedom 717 he now consigned him to the category of the Tuppers, opining that, with a better education, he might perhaps have attained to a rank above Eliot the Corn Law Rhymer, but below the Laureate Southey. According to Mr. Swinburne's revised estimate, Whitman was in short no true poet, and as for his ideal of beauty, it was not only vulgar but immoral. Attack roused